Hi and welcome. This tutorial has been eagerly waited by people that have subscribed or vastly subscribed to this channel very quickly, which I'm really thankful for. I didn't expect to have that much interest in this. So it's been fun to do this. This is part one. Part two is being edited as I'm talking now. Um, the reason why I split it down in two parts is because like this video is probably like 6 hours long. I've chopped all the bad parts out of it as well. I've obviously designing, then editing, designing, recording it at the same time, then editing afterwards takes a little bit of time. I will have a speedier workflow. Well, I'm thinking of one anyway. So I'm going to try and speed that process up for you and get the second part out to you as quickly as possible. But I wanted to get this out to you sooner than dropping it on the weekend. I hope you do find it useful. I want you to know that there is a part in this where, because I'm new to doing YouTube, I'm new to using well, I'm not new to using cameras or microphones, but I had to problem solve quite a few audio issues along the way and some human error in the way I was recording. So there's a gap that's missing from the actual process, but I dive into that for you. So at least you're kept up to speed and how I do these designs in Figma, so you can learn from them and take them and put them into your designs if this is your thing. I just want you just to have fun, sit back, fast forward it, whatever, just pick parts out that you want, you know what I mean? Also, there is some dead space in there because I'm also not used to designing and talking aloud. So I do apologise that I will get better at doing that. I hope to get better at doing that. But yeah, it's first video, everything starts a bit woo. But enjoy this. I hope you do anyway. And let me know, obviously, what what improvements I can do. As I say, this is a learning curve for me, but I've been rambling on enough. Let's get into this. I've made some rectangles. We have an artboard called YT Venom UI, call it whatever you want. I think that's just probably me perceiving what the YouTube thumbnail might be called. I'm not sure. How big is this? This is 3000 by 3500. That's very large. Why is it so large? I don't know. I don't have a reason for that. It just is. That's just how I design. It's not because I'm like zooming all the way in and like what we will do. It's just that I probably print them. So the bigger they are, the better the print quality. But yes, so here we are with a shape, and I'm gonna mess around with the background because I always kind of start with like what kind of color am I going for? Everybody's got a different way of doing something, so it's gonna probably be something like that. This will change a little bit as we go. I don't think that's right. Maybe something like that. It's getting a bit dark. Probably don't see it as good, but it will get better as we go along. Yeah, I'm not a colorist by all means. I just pick a color that's kind of like. Maybe it's over here. But there are multiple ways how you use Figma, and every designer is completely different. So this is my style and my way of doing it. Whether that's right or wrong, that's anybody's opinion, but it's the way I do it. I've been doing this for, you know, my career as a designer is over 18 years experience. As a creative designer, as a UI designer, a senior UX designer, and now a product designer, which I thoroughly enjoy. I probably will mention that many times. But yeah, here we are. It's a card. It's the base of the motherboard. I've even grouped. I've even named it base. Check that out. Being organized already. These were just here because I was going to pick a color, something that I can pick up later, because sometimes it'll be difficult to pick a color because we're going to be laying image textures on top of something, which will still be easy to color pick. I mean, it will be, you'll see it. But what we're going to do is give this some depth. So we're not going to pick you can add an effect to a group, and then anything you stick in that will inherit that style, but we're going to go base. I want to keep that completely separate. And we do use a lot of effects in this. For example, that drop shadow could be six drop shadows. So we're just going to add some drop shadows. We're going to do one that's quite long. We're going to do it probably, I hold down shift just to make the values go quicker. And just reduce the spread a bit. And then we're going to add another one. And then it's going to push that down a bit, probably around about there. And then we're going to probably add another one. Make that a little bit darker. Push that down, probably pull that, spread it in just a little bit more. Probably add another one. This is completely your choice. This is just the way I do it. Just gives it a little bit more depth. I'm just flicking backwards and forwards, just pulling and pushing the values until I feel like I like what I see. Again, this is entirely up to you how you want to do this. When you look at it, it's probably a bit of a crap shadow. Let's just go back. Pressing command just to hit it, otherwise I'll just hit the group. If I hit command, I'm on a Mac. Just so you know. Is that too big? -9? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. This is it. You just go a bit backwards and forwards till you find something that you kind of like. These things that we can tidy up later. We are going to add a stroke, and on that stroke we're going to add a gradient, and it's going to be a radial gradient, and we're just going to bump it up to white with an opacity on it. I've done it on the group again. I didn't mean to do that. So stroke, we're going to go stroke, we're going to go radial. There we go. We can see where the radial controls are now. I think it's amazing, like they can actually switch it around now. Like, great work, Figma. Something that's like, really kind of like needed. Yeah, this is how I kind of like to do room lighting. Do you know what I mean? So the light fades down as it goes down a little bit. Yeah, zoom a bit more in, you can see it. But yeah, it's just a stroke with a gradient on it. And the reason why I do that is because I can add another gradient, another radial gradient, make that the same color. I think is that way. Oh, the opacity is really low. There you go. There's the other edge light. Right. Now, really, this is kind of dull. I want a kind of goldy color. I want a goldy color. I may want a orangey kind of color. I think what I'm thinking is like some resistors or some elements on the board are going to be edgy and techy, and yeah, we'll figure it as we go. As I say, this is completely off the bat, like not even thinking really about what I am doing. We're just having some fun, and we're gonna just design along the way. We want some. I'm gonna make some holes. These are going to be where where the motherboard is anchored to the background. So kind of think in like a technology way. And you'll notice like my values on here are not like rounded up. The reason being is in Figma, in settings, I don't snap geometry aligned to object or aligned to pixel grid because I like freeforming. I don't want to be like snapping everything everywhere. I want to be able to place something specifically where I want to place it. This artwork isn't going to be used for a functional product. This is just, let's just put stuff down and make stuff. To set the precipice for all other UI designers. I know what you're thinking. Oh my God, it's not aligned. It's not even the right values. Don't worry. I do this by eye. I've done it quite a few times anyway. I'm just going to set this to that kind of color at the moment and duplicate that. I'm just going to turn the fill off. I'm going to put I'm going to put a stroke on it. And maybe I will probably choose that kind of color. As you can see, I kind of wing it. And I'm going to duplicate this again because I want to have this arc that you can do in Figma. So if you hold shift, you can snap it around. So I kind of snap it to something like that. Don't know why I turned it like that, but you can just move it. You can just move this, not this, but this anchor 60 degrees. And the reason why I'm probably doing it at 60 degrees, I just want to push this up, push the middle part out. If you go that way, you go the other way. If you go that way, you go that way, obviously. And I'm just going to do this. I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to go probably like that, and then do this, and then do it again to make something techy looking, and copy it again and make it like that, and everything is just wrong. So undo it. See, now you could use a plugin to do this for you, but the whole thing about doing this kind of stuff is that you've got to figure it out along the way. We can fix this later, but at the moment we'll group this and make this. Do I name? No, I'll go against who I am as a designer if I name a layer, not that guy. Right, what do we want? We want to give these a little bit of roundedness. Not too much, just a little teensy weensy bit. We're gonna put a effect on this. We're gonna do a drop shadow, and then we're gonna pick that color that we had. We're gonna turn the blur to 0. I'm gonna probably do that about 0.5, so you can see it's got a little bit of edge of rim light on it. Why 0.5? Why not? You can't really see it, but as I say, we're just winging it at the moment. I just want to pull this out a bit. I might change the color of this to this. Obviously, it will do an inner shadow on this as well. Inner shadow. Maybe. Yeah, that's fine. We can fix it later on. I'm not happy about that drop shadow, to be honest. Yeah. So on motherboards, you kind of have this kind of like fixed, random screw holes. As you can see, I'm just freely moving them, not like worrying about their placement at the moment. It's something that I will do later on. So there's a texture pack that we're going to be using. There's a texture pack I made in Figma. You can get it on my Figma community store, which is here. And it's a free texture pack. So a lot of lines, a lot of technical lines, etc. It's completely free to download, and obviously download that because we are going to be using that. That was just a glimpse of what I've done in the past. So to apply one, we're just going to add a layer. We're going to choose an image. And as you can see, this looks like this. So if you change it to tile, and then you change the opacity up a bit, it's going to go a little bit darker, but you can barely see it, but it is there. You know what I mean? So there you go. You could probably see it a bit better. So because that's actually darkened the image a little bit, you might just bump up the value of that a little bit more. For now, just hide that layer while we sort out the little bits and bobs. So we've got a somewhat kind of like, we're going to basically build a load of chips. That's basically what we're going to be doing. Let's just tidy that up. You could use auto layout if you want. I'm not doing that because I do like auto layout. Don't get me wrong, your auto layout is good for UI design. It's also good for this, you know, as and when. Doesn't matter, your choice. Nobody's telling you how to design. I'm not telling you how to design. You're just watching me do this. So we've got we'll move that to the top, and we've got some resistor elements. We might just quickly change those to something like that, because they're kind of soldered, aren't they? That too, because we'll use this to make a bunch of different sizes. I apologize if I go too quick. I'm just thinking off the top of my head. Oops. That's kind of like a chip. We're going to try to do a square one, which is 62. That didn't work as planned. There we go. Just do that. Do that. delete that, take that, twist that around, put that in the middle. So as you can see, we're starting to build up something. Doing some chips. Do some small chips. We don't need to worry about do some little chips. I'm guessing these are chips. I'm just making it. And what we're going to do now is for the group of solders, we're going to pick a color for them. I'm not 100% sure kind of what I want to go with. Let's make that for the moment and do a effect of a drop down. Let's push it. I don't want it too high off the board. It's all depending on how high you want it. Obviously, the further out it is. We just want like a little nuancey thing. Add another drop shadow. It's kind of like rinse and repeat what we did before. As I say, this is all arbitrary, so we can change this later on. We change the color of that. I always select the background color and then I kind of just mess with the value. I can't just do it by eye, basically. On the chip, we're going to go with inner shadow, not a stroke. We're going to go with the inner shadow. I'm going to just punch that value in. Picked earlier. You could set all your values in not value. You could set your values in the style guide if you wanted to. It's all up to you. It's up to you how you work. But we're not making style guides. We're just making some fun. Looks chippy, does it not? Looks like a chip. So copy this and then select the ones you want, and then I just select this color and then select the layers you want. This video will be done over a couple of days because I do this in the evenings just to chill and unwind, have a bit of fun. A bit of fun. I'm just not sure, like, this color. Do these colors work? Maybe they do. I'm not happy about that stroke. One thing you'll also notice is I go around the board a lot. And the reason I do that is not to annoy you. I find it better to trying to talk when I'm thinking. And I just haphazardly go around the board all the time really quickly. That's just the designer in me. If you're like in here and you're like messing around, like intricate, you're not getting a whole bigger picture of everything. So we've got some things like that. These might be a little bit too high off the ground, especially this one. So we might do a new drop shadow. I think it's a little bit closer. I think what it was is the spread of it wasn't quite right. It didn't feel quite right. Put a little border radius on this, put it 2. Look, so I'm just making up fields, I'm just making up names, I'm just making up numbers. Because it's the overall image that this is going to create. This is like no right or wrong, but when you see the bigger picture, you'll see how intricate it is. Like textures and stuff, and like what physical objects or what light casts off something, and all that kind of jazz. Like it's white, it's plastic, but it's also picking up like the orange light that's over there. You know what I mean? It doesn't have a reflection, but it has a grain, it has a texture to it. So resistors and chips have that same feeling. Some are quite rough, some are smooth, some catch a light in a different way. So it's kind of like trying to think like that when you're doing kind of like high fidelity design. Well, that's how I think of it. There's no right or wrong way of doing this. People probably say, no, you're doing it completely wrong. That's not how you should do it. But you know what? I don't care. Because a lot of people say, you can't believe you do that in Figma. But you can. You completely can. So I'm not happy about these things. Let's move those off for now. I'm going to create some smaller chips. And yeah, forgive me if I do go quiet. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just thinking. Like even this chip, you can see is probably like a little bit too high. Off. What happened? The world happened there. There we go. Probably a little bit too high. Is it this one? Yeah, turn that one off. I think it's the spread. Yeah, it's definitely the spread. I don't want it too high. Like maybe less of a blur. So yeah, this is what we're doing, making it up as we go along. We got like a little mini chip. Maybe a mini chip. Maybe one that doesn't have two. Maybe you've got one that's just one. There, I kind of seen one that I kind of like, which is square. So we'll just do that 36, just to please people with. And I want this to be orange because I want a kind of yellowy copper feel to it. I'm not 100%, I'm not sold on that. Maybe it's something like that. Maybe it is. But then, where in the hell did that go? Where the hell has that gone? It's because it's grouped. I want this to be a little bit darker. I also want to have some kind of weird thing with it. It's all I'm doing is just making it look techy. We might not mask those two, but we're going to join those two. We're going to join those together because it's just going to be easier. Might join them together again, union, and then I'm going to flatten them because I'm confident that's what I want. And I might take this and I might cut into this because it's kind of like one of those like plastic resistor things that you've got going on. But that being said, I'm going to move one in a bit. I'm gonna just make that darker. Like, have you ever seen them on a circuit board that you can actually get a small screwdriver in it and like turn like the value of it? I have, so we're gonna go with that. That's a little bit of a rounded corner that I've cut into it, not too much. That looks all right. I'm guessing it looks all right. We'll find out as we do it, as we go, because this is what it's all about. Designing up the top of your head, just being free to do it. Do one. I might just push it up a bit. Know that that is a terrible color. Do like an inner stroke, inner shadow. Probably go for obviously that value, and we're going to put 1. If you zoom out, it doesn't look like much. I think that's just because there's no contrast between each of them. We're going to do the same thing. We're doing effects. That's what I mean. It's a lot of effects to get what we want. And we're also going to do this. I'm moving at quite a fast pace because I do this in the evening when everyone's asleep. And I can do something like this. I'm going to go for 0.5. 0.5, we might just change that to a darker look. Might put an inner shadow on this as well, just to give it a little bit of depth, but not so much, not so there. Might take that. No, I won't. I'm going to put an inner shadow, not on that. Don't put an inner shadow on the actual thing that you're cutting into. Put it on the top of the subtracted part. We're going to do the same. It'd be nice to have a button just to reset all values to 0, wouldn't it? But hey, I'm only a product designer. I'm going to put a drop shadow on this as well, I think. Not too much, I don't think. I don't want it to be a thing too much. I might just say, I've done it again. No, there you go. Make sure you're selecting the thing that you're doing on. And that's all right. It's kind of like a thing, is it not? Does it look like a thing? It might be a thing. I think it's a thing. And then we might have, I don't know, I just want a little bit variation in some stuff. So you're going into the territory of me doing this kind of stuff now. Like just cutting in to shapes just to make something that's a little bit different. I don't like this. I think this might be a thing. It looks like a banana. Does it look like a banana? So this might be a thing. It's going to round those corners a little bit. I mean, something that's probably just a little bit different as well. There's also going to do this, but I'm going to take this color and I'll drop off the, I'm going to drop all that off actually. I'm going to do a circle. That's all it is, circles and rectangles. I'm going to do it this way for the moment because I want it to be not like that, more like that, in the middle. I'm just going to duplicate this a minute, and then I'm going to copy this and I'm going to flip horizontal, because there is a thing that you will be doing a lot of selecting, I'm not going to lie. But again, this is no right or wrong way of doing something. This is like, I don't know, it looks like a paw print. I do dig that though. I might take that. This is what I mean, reusing styles. Command C, Option Command C, Command V. That's what we're going to go with. Do you know what I mean? We've got getting some like elements in here that are yellow. I want to get some variation on this as well. Not too much. I don't want to look like a bow tie, but I want it to look like resistory. Resistory. The more I say it, the worse it sounds. We're going to make this yellow. I'm not sure that this is going to be the right. I'm not sure this is the right color. This is why I'm doing this now, and not leaving it till the last minute. And this is the time when you actually go, actually, I should have set up variables. Set up some variables to do that. Might be onto something. We might be onto something. We might be. I want some variation in this. I want to cut into that. I want something like this, maybe. And just give that a little bit of a. Where is it? Subtract. Well, tiny bit around this corner. There you go. A bit further out. It's going to take something like that. Didn't need that. I want get out of that group. I want something like this. This is what I mean. This is not a Figma tutorial. This is just what high fidelity GUIs in Figma. That looks too much like that. So let's find that bit and everything that goes with it. Where's it gone? Where's my mouse gone? Yeah, getting somewhere. So if you were to like, oh yeah, also sockets. You know, you see them on like motherboards, don't you? They're like where you stick the big thick cables in the middle. So 2 ways you can do this. You could do a stroke and put a line in the middle, but I don't do that. I'll show you the weird way I do it. So if you make this, made a rectangle, it's just a copy. I'm just going to tuck this in, and then I'm going to cut it in, and I know what designers are like. Make sure your border radius is defined, and then I'm going to copy the middle one and I put that on top, and then I'm going to put that in the middle, and then you can see the subtracted one. So this is the one that's cut into this. So this black square is cut into the white one, and I've copied. So you've got subtract there because that's the one up behind. Yeah, this is the one on top, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to combine them, so it's just one thing. So once you've combined them into this union, when you actually look at it, you go, okay, well that's now, this union is the this is a whole one thing now. So this shape, this rectangle, is now part of the one that you subtracted from. And the reason why I do that is just because you can actually just change like the border radius of the whole thing. You change that on the master one at the top. I don't know why am I pointing at the screen, you can't see. It's the master one at the top. Now, you could just do it the other way by just creating two and just move them apart, but I don't do that. And the reason why I don't do that, because I'm trying to think ahead, so when I do put in a shadow, I want it to match the top, that part, and the part at the bottom. Which in theory you can do it the other way as well. So I am going to put a shape behind this union, and I'm going to group it. So look, you can see I'm a proper designer. Look, I don't name anything as I'm going. But I know that most of all these are resistors. So what I'll end up doing is, because we're going to create so many of these all over the place, that'll be a group. I'm not going to name it like large one, small one, resistor, transformer, circular thing with dots in it. It's not going to be something to hand off to another designer. This is, as I keep saying before, this is just for fun. Doesn't mean anything at all. So that's the background of this. I actually know what I can do to save myself is just copy the one that I did before and just go ungroup. So that's the socket. That's okay. We're gonna have to name this top, and we're gonna have to name this base. And I don't know why I do it in capitals, but I do. Going to do a drop down, and we're gonna wrong way. Going to push this down because these are quite high off the ground. High off the ground? They're quite deep because they're quite chunky sockets. Let's do another one. It's the wrong way. Even I'm struggling to see. You can't even see it because we're going for a dark theme. You're just going to have to trust me. If I just change this to this. And obviously, depending on your screen resolution, you're going to find this really difficult as well. So probably next time we probably won't do a dark theme. We'll probably do like a lighter theme maybe. I'll just do another drop shot. Even I'm squinting. This is what happens. This is how I design sometimes. So it has that. You can see there's some banding in there, but so that's the base. That's the base. And we can just put it black. And then this can take on. If I put it on the top, it can take on that. So now you see it a bit better. A little bit better, maybe. So you can see that that is now merged with the one that's been cut out. That so it's like non-destructive, so you can use it again and again and again. That's how I see it. We're also going to put some dots in here, and these are the pins. So I'm going to duplicate, and then for speed I'm going to use auto layout, because this is why auto layout is handy. So I can just take that and make sure that that is in the middle. Oops. Is in the middle of the base. And is also in, yeah, is in the middle of the base. I'm then going to copy it. I'm then going to, what am I going to do? I'm going to ungroup it. I'm going to unauto layout it. I'm going to merge them into union, and then I'm going to flatten them. No, I'm not going to do that yet. Actually, no. Because I need different sizes. I'm just going to take that kind of color. I'm just going to push them up a bit. So they look like pins. Then I'm going to take, I swear, if my I'll also put these below the cutout. If I want to put like a drop shadow, then they can affect that. So there we go. Why didn't the base move? I want to fall out with this this thing. So what we're going to do is we're just going to make a smaller one. And we're going to go probably about that many. Probably that. Yeah, probably going to go for about that many. Let's move that one to that one. Let's make sure that these align with the base. We've got a small one. We're going to do probably a 3-pin one. Probably. I'll do a 3-pin one. Yeah. Take that, squash that down to that. Oh. Put those in the middle. We've got a 3-pinned one. And we're going to do a single one as well. I'm going to do probably going to need a longer one. Yeah, take that. Let's just duplicate it a few times. I want to keep it the same distance. This is when you can use auto layout, but I don't. Sometimes you'll hit, my day job is auto layout because we work in product design. and you want to keep everything kind of nice, and also detach instances. So we've got kind of a thing happening. As you can see, I'm not happy about these holes in the motherboard. I think it's just black, wasn't it? It was just black. Never use black. It's terrible. Never use white weights. It's terrible. Use what you want. Do what you want. Design how you want. Your design. Drop shadow. About 3. Maybe. These were screw holes, so yeah. As you can see, I zoom straight. I zoom out. Let me slap one in the middle. Generally one around about there. Could be the same. Line that with the top. You could say, I'm going to say there could be one over here. Use the line that. I kind of like think of how like screw holes for a motherboard, because you generally have all the I/O over there, and you probably wouldn't have that there, but you probably have something a bit further down. Somewhere in the middle, you're gonna have a really weird. So if I take this and I group that, if I take this and then I group them, then I know these are sockets. And then I know these are chips or fries or whatever. Look, MB holes. That's me, Mark Bennett. Who knew? I didn't come up with that. It just happened. So we're going to take this and then we're going to start putting some stuff out of this way of doing it, and we know that sometimes, like, this is just proper free, like, this is all it is. It's like, don't like fuss over like positioning, because like it's not really a thing like in motherboards in a certain sense. You know, nothing's perfectly aligned. Just be mindful of that. Like, look at one. I'm not like a motherboard masterpiece. I'm not looking at a reference. It's just coming from my head. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be accurate. We're just designing high fidelity stuff. Do you know what I mean? We're not like this is not going to go to production. I don't have a schematic for it. So with some of these, I think I want these, especially these, to have the texture, and I love this plugin. Like, I really like the guy that's made it. There's a plugin and it's called Noise and Texture, and it's done by Rogi. He's probably going to kill me if he sees this video pronouncing his name wrong. You've got pans, you've got pearls. You can just like, basically, the guys come up with all these amazing things that you can make, like, you know, all this nice nicely well thought out user interface. But a lot of the time I'm either using noise or I will use the metaballs. Metaballs is really good because it's kind of like that if you want to put like rust on a mesh, because it's so organic, it's really, really good that way. But I use the noise. The reason why I use the noise is because I like the noise. And it comes automatically tiled in there, so just, and it adds a layer in here, which is like an image. And I just kind of like eyeball it. I normally go, I think it's about 30, 20, 30%. And I just knock it down a bit. So let me zoom in because you find it difficult. So you've got that kind of like texture. You could also overlay it. So you've got different layer styles that you can add to it. I'm just going to leave it on normal and just mess around with the opacity just a bit. So it just adds that bit of like dynamic. That's why I kind of like pick that kind of style. Try and get the style in and just paste it in. Obviously with these two, probably have to do the same thing, which is about 20% because it's smaller. 20%. You can't even see it because I'm not that far zoomed in. So there you go. I'll get into the habit of zooming in on stuff for you. I'm sorry. If I zoom out, I just know what I'm doing. So do forgive me. I'll get better at that. I know that this doesn't help you at all. There's some textures in there that you can make, but generally, because I made some patterns for myself, as I say, you can go and get it on the Figma store. They're completely free of charge. They are seamless patterns that I've made. And you can make, you can duplicate like the patterns and make your own limitless ones. You can recolor them and do whatever you want with them. So I'm just trying to differentiate the difference between like, well, I mean to do that. Like, even though you can't see it, but overall, like if somebody's zooming right in and be like, oh my god, there's a pan on there, it's amazing. So I'm just trying to add some like different, like, oops, style to it. Even though you should have done it on the subtract one, don't put it on the layer that's in there. This kind of thing, I think probably needs to finesse a little bit. I want it to be a gold color. I want that goldness of it. I'm covering my mouth again. I have no idea where I'm going with it. And I just say, do you know what I mean? Just the simplest thing. Well done, Figma. I mean, this I also want to make. I'll take this actually and then put that on there. I also want to make this color one, but I don't need the drop shadow on it, or probably the inner shadow, or the don't need the inner shadow or the drop shadow. I just want to have something like that. We do need some more style of this at some point. I'm not 100% sure of what that is. It could be just dots and bits and bobs. So what we're going to do is we're going to just chuck these on here, and then obviously you can see that some of the shadows are just not working. They're not falling into suit. So I think that like not the best. They're not the best. You can use a plugin that can do it all for you. I mean, I can show you a plugin. Might be fun to speed up the process. So if you just take off something like that, there's a plugin called Smooth Shadows. So you can see how far it stretches it down. So you just got to be really mindful of that and the blur. Do you know what I mean? So if you look at it, that's the kind of stuff that you kind of create. You can add as many layers as you want to it. And obviously the more blur you get, you can see, but some weird artifacts happen now and again. If you invert it, it's a little bit better. Do you know what I mean? So it looks like that, even if you invert it. So if you offset it a little bit, I mean, this is a time saver. So we'll just go with it. It just adds there's a weird, you can't see it, but there's just this weird banding that happens around. It's on everything too. That is just what it is. So it doesn't happen on that one. Don't know why that is. It is what it is. Right, so we're just going to dot these around. We're not going to be really picky of how they look or how they are. We're just going to dot them around. I feel like I'm following what I did before. I'm trying to not do that. I feel like this needs to be smaller. So this is the meticulous part that you kind of go through. I'm going to remove some of these ones. You know what I mean? We've got some that are like this. There are some that are maybe like this and a little bit smaller in size. And there's a lot of them. It doesn't help once you pick that one and then go all the way to that one and then group it. And you've got something that's like that. Shove that over there. I mean, you might have some that are like this. So then you'll see now, right, I've got sockets and then I've got chips. So sockets go above chips. Lock sockets, lock that, and lock that. So I can just focus on the chips for a bit. And I think it's a terrible place for something to be. I'm going to add some of this gold in here as well. Add some of this in here randomly. I'm going to do some of this. Just move this around a bit. Like, roughly how long does something like this take? It could take me 2 nights to 3 nights to 4 nights, depending. Otherwise, I'm just really tired because I have a daughter to look after, and I also have a full-time job as well as, and I don't want that to affect how I work at work, because this is just free fun. So you can see, like, we're building up something, whatever that is, we're building it up. We're trying to fill in the gaps here and there. This nice tight lit UI. You know, we're just making up some shapes as we're going along. We don't need to be like 100% accurate, but we also want to break repetitiveness in that sense of take one of these out. Hopefully that's not part of that room. Yeah, so got this as well. We want some, what else do we want? It's missing something. It's missing some like kind of big things. So in the chips folder, let's just minimize everything. We want some biggie resistor things, and we're going to go with this, but what for speed we'll go with our plug-in, because this will speed it up a bit. I don't want that on there, but I do want it to be a little bit brighter, maybe a bit more blur. I don't want it to be too high. Probably about there. Don't forget hit apply. Don't forget to put these above, because it will just look odd otherwise. Should have been a Gaber. The accuracy of mouse selecting a designer's world. Whoa, far too big now. I'll just move it that way. So it might look like we're creating something that I've done before. So you can see like the order of these is all wrong. So that needs to go above the top, that needs to go above the top, that needs to go above the top. That's top, that's top, that's top, that's top, that is top. Otherwise you'd have, you know, example would be if that's at the back and then that's at the back. I mean, they look like they're stepped, and it doesn't work like that. So we know See, like we're starting to build it up now. Like it's starting to look like intricate. There's some like gold textures in there, but we need like a kind of feature. We need a feature on the board. So what I'm thinking of, this is a plate. So this is like we're going to cut into this, and we're going to put screws. We're going to make some screws. We're going to cut into this. Make some mech thing out of it. Just notice that that is not on the top. I'm gonna duplicate this. I'm gonna turn it off just as a backup. I am gonna reduce this down to. Reduce this down to 0.5, 0.2. Wow, it's not really cared, is it? Okay, yeah, that's fine. All right, create outlines, it's fine. Right, I'm going to take the pen tool, and we're gonna actually, that's increase the border radius of what the outline stroke of what I've cut. So this is generally what I do. Zoom in a bit. I'm going to turn this into this color, just so I know how I feel about this. The reason why I chose to keep one is to make it black. Because I want some contrast while I actually work on this. Do I want it? No, I don't want it. I'm just going to turn it off. I think it's going to be distracting. So we're going to cut shapes into it. Right. And I use strokes with rounded corners. And I take the expanded stroke and I'll subtract into that. Then I'll, on the subtracted one, I'll add the border radius. It makes a nice smooth edge. So now I can make a duplicate, and it looks like I'm cutting into things, and you can get some like quite nice things happen. So I want to cut in this way. Now, this is when we do everything by eye. So you can see we're cutting into make a plate. As you can see, it's a bit off there, but we'll fix that. And then you can group it, and then just make sure it's in the middle. Same with this, you can just make sure this is above. Why is it not working? Make sure that's above. I am going to group those just a minute. I want to put in something like this. Sorry, keep forgetting to zoom in for you guys. Maybe something like that. We'll just duplicate this, shove that over there. We'll do some edgy things. So we'll do 50 by 50. I'm literally just eyeballing everything. I want to cut that out. I don't want that to be the same. Did that by eye. I also want to have some screw holes in there. Because I want this to be something that you fix. Because this is going to be the CPU housing. No, I've got a designer's posture. So we'll put this there as well. So just be careful how close you get, because like, you know what I mean, you can do wacky things like this. I mean that doesn't look too bad. But we'll stick to the plan. I also want to do something that side as well. I want to also extend this to this. Do I do this instead? Yes, I think I do. And then we'll have 4 in the middle. Isn't that weird shape? See, like it's done. Like it's all subtracted. Like if I do a lot of this, so it can get like your machine can get a little bit sluggish. But once you're happy with it, then flatten it. You can make a copy of it. By all means, make a copy of it. Stick it on another page somewhere else. The more like you cut into it like this, it does slow down the way you work and the way this image gets really intricate, especially with all the textures or the shadows. Things start to slow down just a little bit, but like not enough for you to not carry on working. Like you could sometimes it's like zoom out and just like flicker just for a little bit, or if you got like diagonal lines of the patterns that I've made, you can see it just goes like that. So it's not. I've never ever had a warning sign saying that. I might get one now, but just make a shape, be happy with, confident that that's the shape. Again, this is all theoretical. It's not like made in stone. There's no right or wrong way to do this. This is just happy designing. Happy designing. Happy accidents. So we've still got a subtracted shape, as you can see, with all of the bits that we've cut out. I've pulled out a stroke from that, but I want to have some prongs coming off that. I think, well, I'm going to do it and make it work, and I'm going to union them. Well, actually, first take a Option Command C and because what happens is when you actually do that, you'll see it go to black. So if you Command V, you can see it comes back again. I was there. I was patting it. Oh no, there it is. That's all right. I'll just push this down a bit. Move this. Maybe it's like this. You know what I mean? And see, I love this because like you can just build like mad stuff. I wouldn't even do this in Illustrator. Like just techie things. I just love the way like it just like, you know what I mean? Like you move it around and like it kind of like goes with you. So we're just that's all we're doing. We're just kind of just like build like making something, like thinking techie, a techie way of doing something. Maybe make something of this. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just winging it. Like, is that thing? Like, could it be like a brace thing? This is why I turn snapping off. It just, do I like that? I don't know, but hey, it's done now. So we have our plate. I'm not going to destroy it just yet. We've got our dark plate behind. I might just give it just a little bit darker. This plate, I might just use we're going to use it, smooth shadow, and alpha. I'm going to invert it. We don't want it to be too much. Off, risen off. We want it to have that metal linear gradient. So what we can do is we can consistently we'll copy that, we'll paste that, which will remove the drop shadow. We'll remove the drop shadow. We'll go to the plugins, we'll smooth the shadow. We will up the alpha a bit. We will offset it a bit. And click apply. So it's now standing off. There it has a gradient applied to it. We're going to do an inner shadow. I don't know whether this might be, it's actually quite therapeutic talking out loud when you actually do this. Because like this is like internal monologue stuff. You know what I mean? We do a 1. We'll ramp it up just a little bit. There's something that just feels a bit fake by it, but we're going to use the noise and texture plugin by the awesome team at Figma. We'll going to change. So yeah, if you can change the color on the fly as well. So you can do it red if you want. You can do it black. So we're going to go black. You can also change the shape of it, the amount that you get. So it actually updates. So I always kind of go with something around about 8%. And then I probably just like push it down. Maybe I overlay it a little bit so it has that kind of, like, you can't even see it, but that kind of metal, well, not metal, but it's got some noise added to it. So what we want to do is, like, even though like this is all going to be like, you know, chips and things and whatnot, we'll bring that down to there. We'll bring that one down to there. We want to make sure that, like, whatever the middle, well, we need a point of interest in the land of composition. That's what I was looking for. You want something that's like, ooh, that's good, and then go like, oh my god. So we've got this, we've got this. We'll group this, and this will be the chip housing. What are these? Yeah, that's chip. That's these things should be in here. We've got these things there. But okay, right. We want some screws or something. Like, we want like some, like, I know we're covering it over, like, what's the point? It's just hidden details. That's what they are. So we want, like, you know, like some, you get those chunky screws. I'm gonna try and do one of those. Not gonna try and do one. I'm gonna try and do one. Let's do a star. The reason why I want to use a star is because I want to just push out that to be the grip of one. Just put it in the middle. Let's use smooth shadows. We know that these are going to be quite high. Maybe. These may be, well, don't know what colour should we go for? If we go for this kind of colour, they'll be lost, isn't it? Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Okay, I was going to go with it for the moment. I will change my mind because maybe they're orange and black. Maybe the outside is orange. Yeah, maybe they are. So we'll go for that, and then we'll also go with that. And then we'll add a inner shadow. Zero. Bump that to that. Put that. Do that. We might have something happening here. What am I thinking? I'm thinking it's a screw. It can be tightened by hand, or it can be tightened with a screwdriver. Because there's going to be a point where you can't get it tighter with your hand, but you can get it tighter with a screwdriver. And cut it. As it's unsubtracted, we're just going to give it some rounded corners. I've done that the wrong way around. Did I do that the wrong way around? I have done that the wrong way around. So what we're going to do is, or have I? Hang on, I'm just going to do this, but there was no point in doing that. But there is, because we get the rounded corner of that, and we can also just move, do you know what I mean? So that it keeps the radius of it. And maybe it's not, and maybe it is to the end. Or maybe it isn't. Well, we're working, this is what I mean, we're working through it together. I might take this chip housing thing and take this chip housing thing. Do I? Do? No, I don't. What I was thinking was to, I could have just done that instead of cutting it. Let's do that. Do that. Job's done. Happy. Effects, drop shadow, do white for the moment, do 0. We'll wrap that up. We'll take that to 1. We'll put an inner shadow inside of it. I'm going to be too much of a blur, too far away. We'll also remove this horrible color. It might work. You might want to turn it into a Phillips. Do you know what? I'll move that over there. I'm going to take this, I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to whack this all the way down as well as this, and I'm going to take this down to that, and I'm going to take this, I'm going to go like that. I'm going to remove some of the border radius on it. So you've got a hex key. 7, do 8, 9, 10. Is it 8? Is it 6? Do 8. There we go. I'm not sure about this. Oh, that's better. Is that the outside? Oh, here we are. That's the amount. That's the depth. So think about that. So we use this as a guide. Move that one over there. Move this one. Oh, lights have gone out. We're going to move this one here. Going to move this one there. Going to move this one there. And this one over there. Get rid of that. We're going to bring in some stuff to help visualize this better. Gonna take some small ones. Gonna take a big cluster of them. Gonna put cluster up here. Oh, that's a terrible idea. Yeah, gonna take a cluster of them there. And put another one there. Gonna take another batch there. We're going to take some random stuff around. Just being mindful of where things might go. Some long ones. Got this kind of thing happening. We've got some yellow ones here. You can continue with that. Then we've got some really tiny ones that we want to make sure that make an appearance. There's also, like, I'm missing some other, like, tiny ones. Yeah, there's some tiny ones as well. There are a couple of them around. I don't know what this thing does, but it's a thing. We're going to select the groups of these because I can't. Do them individually. I want to just put in a shadow on them. I don't like the size of these. They might need to be broken down to be smaller. I've got an idea for this. I don't know what I'm thinking. Okay, yeah, I do know what I'm thinking. So what I was thinking then is, what am I thinking? We'll get as much in here as possible. We've got to put in the RAM slots. So I might mark out the RAM slots for that. So sockets, chips, group. These will be like resistors. That's the chip housing background. These are the screws. I'll keep that together so it's a thing. We're going to make some RAM slots without the computer dying. We're going to move these because now we know we're going to use our lighting towards the end to do stuff. We are going to do some RAM slots. So RAM slots, let's do some RAM slots. So we're going to do double RAM slots. I'm just mapping this out. I might just move this somewhere over here. Move this over there somewhere. Let's put that there. RAM slots. Is it two? No. We're okay. We're okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. So we're going to take. I'm going to do one RAM slot because it's going to be intensive. And a RAM slot's going to be something that we've done before. So we're going to put a 6 on this. 6. And it's got a line in the middle. And I'm just going to cut it. Yeah. The reason why I'm cutting it is because I can just go, it has that gap in the middle. Let's group these together and just make sure that's in the middle. So it's got that gap in the middle. Doesn't have the end on that. It is. You can go full screen actually, because we can't make the shapes as we go along. It has to have base because we need the shadow on that. So copy, paste the base, put the base behind. Turn the base black. Select the base widget, smooth the shadows, to speed up the workflow, alpha. They are quite high. That's probably about right. This is just guesswork. We need to take the sockets. We'll take the top of that style and we're going to paste that on there. Right. So we've got that inner shadow. Then what we need to do is we'll name this RAM slot. We'll turn the lock socket, lock the chip, lock that, lock that. Don't know what the hell is that? Ah, don't need this. Probably need it later. We don't know. RAM slot. We need the RAM slot vents to be in there. Has this got a texture applied to it? No, it doesn't have a texture applied to it. So what we're going to do is we're just going to create a vent. We'll give it 100, 100, 100, like CSS well. Maybe like that. Don't want to be too close to the edge. We're going to duplicate this and move this down twice. We're going to also lay out this, and then we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You can see the computer's slowing down already. Oh, it's not slowing down. It's just do this all day. That's about right. Good day in the middle. Right, so that's that. So got those as RAM slots. Now before I cut into them individually, I flattened the whole thing as a grid, and then I cut that into it. You can probably do it. You can flatten it, and then you can take that flat and then, but like you can cut it into it, so it's just one thing now. Just be careful if you do that. It might be a bit memory intensive. But what we want to do is change the main color of that to be a little bit, maybe it's orange. Why not? All right, so we've got a couple of RAM slots. So it's going to zoom out because you need to make sure that it's a theme that you want to use. I don't know, I'm not feeling it. Not at the moment. I'm not feeling it at the moment. I don't want it to be taken away from this area. What we're going to build it into something pretty epic. So we're going to push these a bit further over. No, actually no. I'm actually just going to quickly got RAM slots here. So just group those. Put RAM slots, RAM housing, because we've got slots. Not great naming convention. We've got to put the clips on them. What I'm doing is I'm just looking at the whole thing, like scanning it really quickly in my mind. That was it. We've got an I/O housing here, and I've got an idea for that, which I'm going to do now. While it's fresh in my head, we can come to the clips afterwards. We're dotting around everywhere. That's what I mean. We're doing a bit here, a bit there. We can see like where improvements are needed. Composition, how that is looking. Colors are not 100%, not happy with them. It's not as gold as I wanted it to be. It's a very bumblebee thing happening. But I have this idea in my head, which I think is going to be quite nice. So what I'm going to quickly do is just make, this is where you actually find out that the RAM here is probably not the best place for it. Thinking like a UX product designer. This is going to add a soft smooth shadows to this. It's just so I can work out what I want to do. Let's undock the RAM housing and put it over there just for the moment. Wait, it's kind of up here. Like, okay, it's going to go over. Well, it's there for the moment, right? Not interested about that. Interested about. Let's just move these sockets out of the way a second. What I'm thinking is this is just me roughly mapping out something that is going to be a bit weird and wonderful. I'm just going to put this over here. I want to, otherwise it's going to bug me. Chips, let's just make some way, because we know that the RAM is going to live here somewhere. And we want to make sure that like these kind of elements, just chuck them over there for the moment. I don't want them to interfere. With things, like, because the slots are going to go there and whatnot. So yeah, so you're starting to pick up a picture of how I actually work a bit all over the place. Also make sure those are in the right order, because the drop shadows, you want them to look like they're all on the same plane. You don't want them to look like one is behind the other, because the shadows will just look weird. Given the idea, and then you think, oh, it's a really great idea. Use it, and then tell what it is. But it might not be. That's the thing. Like, get it out, get the idea out. So I'm just going to continue just tidying up this section a little and create some variations. This. We want this to be a thing on the socket inputs. These to be around here. So this as well. This chip is annoying me. The chip is really annoying me. It's a mighty big chip. Let me just squeeze that down a bit. I might just take one side off and then squash that down. A bit. Just I'm just lowering the drop shadow on them because I don't need to be that high off the board. There are some of these as well. These can be reduced just to a smaller element. Yes, so let's have some of these intricately placed around here. Again, I don't know whether the drop shadow is too big on it. I think it probably is. Where is that? I think this, that. It's what it is, it's this. No, rotation on it is messed up. This, like, why? Duplicate. Maybe it is too. Got about half hour left before we call this, hold this process until I continue it tomorrow. I think that color without the image on is all right, actually. Might actually just remove that. Might take one. Alpha offset. Actually invert alpha offset. Apply. The inner shadow on my neck. Designer's neck. Right. Copy that. Paste that onto that. Paste that onto that one. Make this a little bit bigger. Take this with this there. These are too close together. There's too much of a pattern there. Maybe that's like that. Maybe that's part of that. Maybe that's just a little bit smaller. This needs to be moved over this way. This needs to go like that. This needs to come up and squash that a little bit. we're gonna have some text there. We're gonna move this one down and around. We're gonna take this chip, we're gonna put this somewhere down here. Then there is this chip. There's also this chip. Like that. There's also this thing which can go roughly there. Take some of these small elements, randomly placed that off. La la la, la 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 la, la la la. People often wonder, have you gone mad when you do this? Yes, yes, I have. Yeah, 100%. I'm going to keep this clear. I'm going to put those up there. That's going to go up there. Put that there for a second. That's there for a second. There's still still a huge amount to do, but something missing here. Not inside, but a clamp. A clamp of some sort. What is? See, this is the problem when you get stuck into it. I'm just going to lock that, create a shape. Create a shape. This shape may or may not have some weird stuff happening to it. I've gone quiet because I'm thinking, yeah. That's okay though, because that can move over there. So let's just undo the chips. What is this? inner shadow, because follow the direction of preset lighting. 1. It needs the noise and texture to be added to it, and then just hold shift. %. Just drop the opacity a bit. Copy that, paste that over there. I think that this might be a thing. Chip, suck it. Suck it, suck it, suck it, suck it, suck it, suck it, suck it. So, oh, the sockets. Chip. Oh, they're chips. Oh, then what do they call it? Chip housing. CPU. Take this. Plop that there. Just 1 minute. Oh. Isn't it weird? Like, it's not even in the middle. Is that? No, not in the middle. There you go. I'm just making more work for myself. Can I take that screw? Take a screw. Rip it out a second. I want it to not be that color. To be that color. I don't want the inner shadow to be that color. I want it to be that color. I want the middle part to be dark as that, but I want that to have that inner shadow of that color, and I want that to be smaller. I don't want that inner shadow. That drop shadow can be less harsh, less I don't want that to be there. I'm going to copy the style of the star or the thing to be this. This is a hex. I don't want that drop shadow. What I do want is a shadow. So let's just lock that CPU. So I might do, I have to do this, I have to ungroup the chips and the sockets. I need more flexibility. I need this to get past. To be this colour. Oh. I want this colour. To be this colour. Oh, this sounds like a cat has been. Sounds like a cat fight outside. That to be that. This colour is dirty brown. Why is it that colour? So this colour I'm trying to settle on a colour thing. I can get rid of those. I want this. This is why I kept the housing. I'll show you in a second. Duplicate this. I just want to put a stroke on this. Test something. I'm going to duplicate this. I want to reduce that down to 2. I want this stroke to have a radial blur. I want it to be this color, but I want to do this. And then I want to duplicate that to be like that. I want to do that to be like that. I want this to be like that. Just ditch that a second. Is this behind? Yeah, it is. 4. I want to duplicate this. I want to put a plus light on it, but then I want to put a red on it. I'll duplicate this, and I want to add an effect of a layer blur to that. CPU center. Duplicate. 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 No. But I'll keep this one. As a thing. Just for the moment. So yeah. Yeah, we've got this in. This doesn't make much sense at the moment. This makes more sense. Like a Tony Stark thing. I think what I might do. Oh, I know why. I kept doing that because the iPad was on. So yeah, it's starting to get into the realm of like all these layers now, where they're all chips, which is fine. The base, I'm really inclined to do something with the base. What is it? What? What? What's happened to the base? Am I subtracting the base from the base? What the hell? Unmask. Remove mask. What is that? I don't even know what that is. Take that. Cut into that. Will I see it? I see it. Up there. Just round that off a bit. Where did the other one go? Is there only one? Why is there? Right, let's copy this. Do this. Cut in to send that back. Cut 24 on that. Move that down. Lock this base, whatever weird. But what is this? What is going on? This is the base. Okay, all right. This is the base. Base. As long as there's not a double shadow on it, we're all right. Yeah. Take this, move this to here. I've got some weird and wonderful elements to stack on each other. This will definitely change. Why is that? Why is that grouped? Let's ungroup everything. These are quite cool. Patience of a saint. Not really. Just a little bit, whoa, a little bit way. Yeah. We don't know what's happening in the middle bit. But we can so it's got to be dot, 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 dot. Right. The size of these. 12. Six. Take a bunch. Duplicate them. Duplicate them again. As we've got this, duplicate this. Auto layout. 6. Is it 6? This is CPU pins. This goes in the CPU and that goes in the middle. Duplicate that, put that on top, mask that. Ooh, wrong way around. Whatever you want to mask has to be on top of the object that you want to sort out. There's a lot of pins. So you can show selection and then sort out the pins after. And that's the background for that. Mask, show selection, effect, inner shadow, go for that, take the blur off, put that at 0.8. Do you know what I mean? It's like hardly visible. But bump shadow up on that. Oh, look, what happened there? 35, 35. Is that in the middle? It is in the middle. This, I'm worried about this. And this. And basically all of this. And this. Let's tidy up this section, because otherwise I'll see it at the corner of my eye. It's just going to bug me. This can come down in size. This can move over, this can move over. This and this can drop down in height. Let's stick a couple of small ones just dotted around as well. Do this, do this, do this. But take this and put this on there. Then we've broken this. Push this way, move that way. It's all right where that is. That can be moved. That can be pushed down here. We're missing some stuff here. Push this tight together. This is too close to that. This is not very well thought about. Comes big here. Small there. You can have another one, another 3, another 2 there. Just make sure that's on top. That. These all have to be sent to the back anyway. put that like that. Might put a smaller one of these like this. It's a bit further over. Well, just make without breaking that. Maybe just copy this. Nope. And that one in there. This space is, yeah, okay, well, that's too close to that. It's all right. They can live next door to each other. They are too close. They are too close. That is too close to that connector. That can probably reduce its size. These could probably live like that. Turn that. Oh, turn that. They could live happily together there. This weird thing can be like this. That could be like that. You could have another one that side. This could be a thing which is part of the memory. This could be over here. This could be part of that. These could be in the middle. Let's duplicate those. Where have they gone? There you go. They can live like that. How you doing? This is another episode. We're continuing back-to-back sessions. My last video that I recorded has really bad sound. So it kind of was not audible and I was not talking as much, and I think it's pretty bad. So I'm going to pick up from where we left off. So things have gone on a bit since then because I realized that the video had stopped recording. I think that's just due to me by pressing start streaming, and I just clicked it. I wasn't paying any attention to the screen recording software, which is a bit silly, really. But anyway, we've gone on quite a bit, as you can see. So as you know, we've been making, or I've tidied up my layers a bit better for you. As you know, we've been going through, and what is this? What was this? Chips. We were making the chips, we were placing them, we were making the RAM slots. So we've got RAM slots there. We continually did this for ages. Well, we've done this for ages. So what's changed since then? Now we have, I was going to put like a little light here, like a little motherboard screen light, but I decided to go with a side one, a side LED, like a power LED. I've also randomly picked some of these chips to be a lighter color. Let's just turn up. So I just picked a lighter color. Still got the texture on there. We've just kind of filled in some, got rid of some repetitive patterns in there as well. I took some screws, some hex key screws, and just updated it with a new edge lighting, which I'll show you in a second. Put some edge lighting around, I'll show you that as well. So nothing dramatically changed apart from the CPU side of it, which I'll show you in a second. So we've still got a bit to do. So this has all been put in. I've plastered this all over here. Now, this is really excessive for a motherboard. It's not really going to have that much on there because like some of it's artwork, some of it's just like the logo and stuff here, there, and the other. But we've kind of gone to town with it a little bit because that's the kind of stuff I do. So let's just zoom out a bit. So this has been improved vastly since the last video, which is really bad that the audio that it didn't record properly. So I'm going to first off explain the edge lighting. So you see over here we've got this hex key screw, and we've got some edge lighting. Is there multiple ones on there? That should be okay. So on the actual screw, it has some hex key screw. So hex key screw, we've got some edge screw that together. We've got some edge lighting. Now, to do the way I do it is it's just a duplicate of the base shape, the circle. So I've duplicated it, and I have the first layer. Let's turn that off. The first layer is a layer which is called plus light, and all it is a radial blur on the actual stroke. See, it's just a stroke, but I put a radial blur on it so I can control like where I want this to go. It's just as simple as that. And then I put another one on top, excuse me, which is also plus lighter as a fill. So that's how I do all the edge blurs. So every time you see me do like an edge blur, and edge shine, accent, that's how I do it. You can do it another way by copying the base circle or shape and then putting it on top and then scaling it a couple of pixels, like 1 pixel, and then putting a radial blur underneath. But there's just no need for that. That's just adding extra layers. That you mean you're adding extra layers anyway. But so I've done the same with this. It's just a circle. If you do a fill, see, it's just a circle with a stroke which is on plus lighter, which is the fill style, and it has a radial blur on it based on the color that I'm going with. Right? So that's that. So when you see this, this is also this is just a stroke. Again, layer is plus lighter. Again, it's a radial by having you know, brightest in the middle and fade away from as a radial blur. So wherever you see these in any of like the artwork, it's exactly as I'm explaining. It's just a stroke with one or two, depending on how I'm feeling. That's it. And obviously, you know, with these, it's just an inner shadow. So there we go. Got the same effect there. Here, again, it's just a stroke. We go into this. It's a one stroke, well, 3 points, and the point has a border radius on it. So I match that to the border radius of the shape. Again, that's plus light. That's the layer style. So now you can see it's got like a little shimmer from this kind of effect here. Again, it's just a stroke with a pen tool, a gradient plus lighter with a radial on it. Excuse me. So everything that you see here is exactly the same. It's just pen tool, corner radius, pen tool, corner radius, circle. You know, that's all it is. And I keep all this lighting on the top of all the layers because whatever is underneath that is, you know, sorry, I could just do that. Whatever's underneath that will also, because it's plus layer. So if you've got the chips, we've got the CPU housing, we've got the lighting of the CPU housing in that. And then that's affecting the layers, the chips below it with this hazy lighting. And then on top of that, we've got like all the edge lighting, so all the finer details. That's kind of how I do it. Right, so we've put in a lot more chips. This is having a rework, which we're going to probably do that now. What else? Yes, all this has been done down here. There's a lot more to add in. There's a couple of rows stacks in here, a few chips here, there, another. A few big circles have got to go in there as well. This has been vastly improved. It was just the housing from before. So let's just break that down for you. Chip, CPU. Right. So updated the screws a little bit, refined them. We now got this. This is just a cross section, so just remove that. Remove this lighting. Remove the chip. We're going to remove this, which is underlighting. We're going to remove this, which is also, oh, that was some chips as well. Pins there, you have to forgive me. I'm trying to remember to just turn that up as well. And we got some lighting, which is behind. Let's just backlight. So that's it. So apart from having the screws, like what we did, I've just in the video, I put some underlighting on there. So let's break that down. It's just rectangles. These rectangles are all plus light. They have a fill or a blur. So I stack them on top of each other. So if we just take one off at a time. So this is one. This is just a box. It has a layer blur of 97.6, random arbitrary number. And then I've added another one, which is a bit more inside, and then another one on top of that, and then another one on top of that, which has gone kind of horizontal, kind of square. You can see it's going to pull it out. And then another one on top of that, which has pushed it this way a bit more, just to fill the shape. So that's what I've done. So the backlighting is exactly the same style. We've just got some shapes behind here. That's all this is. This is nothing like spectacular. It has a layer blur on it. It's plus light. It has another layer blur on it. And I pull and push those rectangles with a border radius to find a nice lighting effect. Sometimes I dial it back down because otherwise you kind of don't want that whole image to be blown out. We've got all this is what we've done all together. The chip, I put a microchip in it. It's going to have some branding on it. Again, there's two rectangles. It has a plugin that we use, the noise and texture plugin. Highly recommend to add some kind of metal feel with it. I've also put some edge lighting on there as well, just to enhance it a little bit better. Not too much, just a little bit. Then we have some light. We put additional lighting, like bloom lighting. I want it to make it feel like this is like energetic. It's a very energetic vibe to it. I'm talking all arty. So as you can see, like the lighting, it's just, we've kind of done this before. You can see it's just a stroke. You can see it's like, it is just a stroke. The stroke is kind of like off, kind of going at an angle. I don't know why it's going at an angle, but it is. But it's working. And then we've got the edge effect there. The stroke has it's on plus light again, based on the color. So I stack the colors on top of each other to bloom it out. We've also got some lighting just at the corners, dotted around, just some rectangles. We've got some more strokes here with some edge lighting just around here. It's, you know what I mean? I mean, that could be a little bit better maybe. Make it a little bit bigger. So just done that as well as around here. As you can see here, there is like just, you know, I just gone with the pencil, gone click, 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 made the shape, then just selected the points like you would do this, but hitting enter, I'd select the point and I would just adjust the border radius there. Okay, so that is like, then I was kind of looking at it and going, God, does it need something else? Like, does it need like a brace and stuff? Because I was redoing the screws anyway. So I made that. That has the screws. This is just how it started, was like, I should know the keyboard. Why isn't this hide? It just started out as a cross, and I just put like end caps on it. That's all it started as. Then I expanded it, outline stroke. Then I flattened it to one object, and then I put a border radius on it. I should have done. I don't know why it's been. I wonder why it's doing that now. I think it's because I didn't merge them. Okay, so there we go. So just go create outlines. I merged them down into one. I just increased the border radius on it so you can create some funky shapes. You know what I mean? Learning that kind of style. I mean, that style will be quite good actually. It might be a happy accident. I mean, random. So that's what I did. I put that over the top. I gave it a excuse me. I gave it a texture from our favorite plugin. Texture from my texture pack. This is just a stroke again with one end rounded and the other not, and I pinch them together just to have that kind of metal thing in there. And now as we have all this light cascading everywhere, I went in with going over the lighting, which I left at the top because the lighting goes underneath. This is going on top because of the layer style, just to lift up that. Just to lift it up a bit. You could, you know, you would have some here. Do you know what I mean? But we could spend days and days and days and days and days doing. So I kind of like the way this is going now. We had some M.2 housing, which I kind of removed and made some caps housing that you could probably find on motherboards. I want to do something nice over here. It's got like this vibrant like energy about it now. So we're going to try and continue with doing this. This theme, get like, I don't know, my branding in there because I did it. And we've already started trying to dig away into here, make this. This is just terrible. It's just a terrible idea. I don't know about this, but I really like this. I like if I was going to pick a section, like it's just this bit here, just that. Like if you just had that as like a shot, I don't know. I really like it. It's something I would probably do on that. Like I would probably like do that. Like, do you know what I mean? Like it doesn't look much, but like it's really with or without, with or without. Because you probably can't see it, but it's just adding that like little LED filament to it. And you know, don't have it on a close Photoshop because I know it's really intensive. I'll also close that down as well, and also QuickTime. So yeah, we're going to continue doing it. I'm sorry, I apologise that this series has taken a lot longer than I anticipated. Learning to set up all the camera gear and audio and everything else, but it'll iron itself out. I'm not going to worry too much about it. I want to just quickly, because I saw something at the corner of my eye, I'm just going to grab one of these. I'm just going to put it up here. It's going to knock that down a bit as well, because you probably wouldn't have too much. So lighting, details on a separate layer. You know, you guys know, you guys and girls know, you all know, you should know how to layer your document by not naming the layers. If you name layers, then you've got too much time on your hand. You should be designing. Simple as. Not really. It's just a design community thing that we do. And for my jibber jabber. So we've got all this. We'll probably put like a big whopping graphics card somewhere in here. The housing, some bannage, some fans. We're gonna just take one of these screws and just get one of these screws moved into place, because this is where we are keeping these, I think. That's just annoying. Hex screws, socket, motherboard holes. I know what I'm talking about. They could go together. Should we put them together? Let's put them together. There we go. Motherboard holes plus screw. You don't want that to affect anything. We'll just make sure that it's not affecting anything else. That's fine. So we kind of could leave that where it is, because we've kind of done it. I want to follow this thing more through now, but I like the way how we did this. So I'm keeping all my letters locked. This is the LED in the back. This is the main motherboard. Off on. What is this? What is that? Don't know. Group this. Main board. That's the main board. This is motherboard. These two are the shape mask, which we've got in there. So let's just group this. We've got motherboard pattern, motherboard lines. Got that. Okay, I'm still keeping my chips separately for the moment. So yeah, let's have a bit of fun. And I liked the way I was thinking about like this kind of stuff. Let's just make it red because it's garish. I want end caps on it. And we're just having some fun. But I want it to follow. My computer's not struggling because of Figma. It's just because I'm also recording as well. I just want to make sure that I get the same horizontal line as yeah, same horizontal line. It's not even the same as that. I wonder if it's the same as that. Ooh, yeah, bad designer. Hey ho. So settings, I just never have snap geometry, snap to object, or snap to pixel grid. I always have those off when I'm doing something this intricate. So we are going to see if we can get some mesh pattern thing going on that has a bit of energy to it. Oh, it's in my eyes funny. So here we have this. So we do this off here. Right. It's faster because obviously it's on there. There's a lot of textures on there. And group this, and then we're going to duplicate it and flip it horizontally. And then I'm just going to paste it in there. Yeah, I think that's fine. We're only going to use that for that anyway. But I want this to be tidied up. The reason why I want that to be tidied up is just I just want them to cross. I don't want them to be, because when I merge them together, I might want like a screw loop in there. Maybe, I don't know, but we're going to keep a backup of this anyway. So that's our lattice. Let's expand. Yeah, there we go. Let's create outlines. Oh no, it was create component. Let's outline stroke, and then let's unison them. So now we have this. So okay, so we've got unison here and a unison here. I want these two to be flattened, and then I want this is what I don't get. So undo that. I want to bring those two together, and I want, this is what I want. This. I could have just done it with diamonds. I've done something similar. Happy accidents. Happy little accidents. I want to take the housing. This is IO shield. I don't know. I'm coming up with terminology that I don't even know. This is this, yeah, and I want this. But what I'm trying to do, see if I do that now, then maybe I don't care about that though. I want it to come over the edge. Do you know what I mean? I don't want it to be this big. So do I do it manually? Probably. And what I mean by that, do I just like drag all this like down here, or do I use that as the rule? So some of it comes over. Do another one. So it's like this. I want bits to be at the end. I don't want to trim it basically, or I don't want to mask it. I want to have it as a thing. These probably don't work, so let's ditch them. Let's undo that. I think making my house design look go weird. I don't want it to be uniformed either. Let's push this. Push, pull, pull, push. Push, pull, pull, push. Just like that. Right, let's duplicate that. Let's flip horizontal. It looks terrible, but we can see where we've messed up. So this can come to the back here, or here. This comes to the back here, here. This to here. This to here. This to here. Work this out a bit. Actually, yeah, that's it. I want them out as equal distances from each other, like a waffle. This is probably going to slow down the computer so bad. We should be all right. It's all right. Yeah, it's not easy designing and talking at the same time. You've got to practice talking to yourself, which I think like all these designers do that anyway. You're constantly going, ah, that's good, that's terrible, that could be better. I'll move this here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pixels. Okay, it's not 100% accurate, I know, but you're getting the idea. Apart from sounding my eyes completely weird. Just gonna, yeah. Is that right? Does that exist there? Does that exist just there? This just exists here. This just exists here. Does it exist anywhere else? Just here. This exists there. This exists there. This exists there. This belongs there. This belongs there. You move there. You move there. You move there. Why? I messed that up. You move there. That's fine. Bring this one down. I'm totally doing this by eye at the moment. Move this one to here. This one goes to here. This one goes to here. I don't care if it's like not accurate. I'm not aiming for that. It's not what I'm going for. I'm going for. Oh, what happened then? Is it this one? I could probably mess that up. Doesn't matter. Keep going. Right. That's what I'm kind of going with. I don't want anything to be on the end. I'm not bothered about it. This is like just a lattice, which is on top of this housing. Right, so we've got two groups. We've got the original. Right, so let's outline stroke. Let's unison them. This is this one and this one. That is the group that's over there. Let's take these two. Let's put this together. If you flatten them, then you can't get this effect. I need to change that to white. Now that we've got that, let's just increase the border radius of it till we find something nice-ish. That is our lattice. I can fix some of this. And I'm not bothered about like what I'm doing here, whether because I'm scaling it, it's going to scale like the thickness of it. I'm not bothered about that. I could have kept it. So here we are. This is what we wanted. We've got a lattice effect. Can't spell lattice, but diamond. Probably can't spell diamond either. Let's take this. Let's do you know what? I'm just copied it. I'm just gonna undo it a second. Is it still a stroke? No, it's not. Yeah, it is now. All right. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? What am I thinking? What am I thinking? What I'm thinking is it too thick? Let's just ungroup that and put that in there. Ah, it's not even a stroke. Oh, here we are. There we go. Take this, put this in this group. Ditch. Group goes anyway. This is 17. I'm going to go with 12. I'm going to keep a backup of that. I'm going to put that here. And then I'm going to fix this. Spiky. Let's just change this to white. So you can't. Okay, well, never mind. Let's go create outlines. Let's merge them together. Let's give them that. We want. Let's not worry about that, but we want this housing maybe after. I want to change this color to dark color. I want a drop shadow on here. Invert selection. I'm going to crank up the alpha, offset it. Is that too much? Go with that. I've got that. I want to add in an inner shadow. We're going to pick our inner shadow highlight, blur 0. We're going to punch in 1. You can see we've got this thingy happening, kind of like lattice effect. What else do I want? Is 1 enough? I think 1's enough. Is it too low? I think it's a bit better. I want on this a fill. I want a radial color. I want to pick something that's like this. I want to pick this yellow, but I don't care about that. I'm more interested in this, which you've probably seen me do earlier today. As you got the panel open, this color picker, if you hit Command D on a Mac, you can just duplicate it. I want to do something like this. Do it again. I'll pop it over here. Do it again. Push it up there. Is it like, should it be a hexagon style thing? I think we'll be okay. We'll be okay. We're okay. It could be a hexagon in hindsight. A hexagon shape. And duplicate it again. I'm going to push it here. And duplicate that again. And we're going to put this down here. I'm just guessing all this, by the way. So we have that kind of thing. Now I'm going to duplicate this I'm going to take away all the the drop shadows. I'm also going to take away the background color. I am going to plus light it. I am going to add a stroke. I want that on the inside. I want to put it on this one. I want a stroke on the inside. No, I don't stroke on the inside. Wait for it to catch up, maybe that's okay. I want to add a circle into this. So you see that the circle is now in the top one. I'm going to do the top one. I'll do the bottom one. Let's remove the top one just for the moment. Take that one. One there. One there. Put one there. Then we'll take the CPU. We'll take this screw. We'll put this screw, scale it down a little bit. Do the same further. Where's it gone? Oh, I got it gone blind. Oh, there, down there. Down here. Up here. I'm sure I saw someone. Another one somewhere. What? Well, let's put one here. Yep. I don't know how I feel about that. I really don't. See, let's just take this bottom one. Let's copy this. Just push this here. Just for a minute. what am I thinking? I'm thinking maybe like you have this top of the housing and then the mesh is just underneath it. You know what I mean? Like, is it just edgy like that? Oh, yeah. We'll keep these here. Because they are fixing it to the housing. I think we might be onto something. I'll just do a line with a inside. It doesn't matter. Do it with round and round. I wanted to knock this out of a. I want to see that under there a little bit. Okay, okay, okay. Right, we're going to duplicate this. I'm going to take away everything apart from the radial gradients, which is on top. I want to put this on plus light. I just want to check if he's actually. Like, just fix a few of them. There's this one, there's this one. Don't know what that one is. One's at the top. This one, there we are. I mean, just a little bit. As a terrible accent. IO shield. Seem to have gotten this now. That's the IO shield. Put that there. We want to take some of this lighting for the IO shield. So you'll see me do some lighting now, maybe. Take this, put this on this, do this, reduce opacity on that. Push this in. This is plus light. This doesn't make sense. Yeah, right. Take this lighting. I'm just going to take that off. I'm looking for this. And bloom that up. Reduce that down to 10. think it's because it does have a drop shadow on this. I have to remember that. I think that's why it was looking crap, because I just realized I had a drop shadow underneath it. So I did the same thing for this here. So I'm going to have to do the same for that. So if we just get the pen tool, let's give that 1. Let's again radial, pick the color, reduce the opacity. We have this here now. We'll move this to plus light. We'll actually increase that. We'll make sure it follows the goddamn thing. Probably just whack that up to that. Take this IO shield. That is the back of it. And then this is the top of it. Still, we'll fix it. It's just conceptual at the moment until it finds itself. I can just squeeze it up a little bit more, and we'll duplicate this again and blue it at the top. And this, turn this off. I want inner shadow to change. I'll put that back on. I'll make this a bit more red. I'll make up colours as I go along as well. Is this working? I don't know. Do you know what? I don't know whether it does or not. I like this. I'm not sure about this. Like, what does that actually bring? Like, to the table? Nothing. Like, what did it do? Other than just cause misery. was misery. Just didn't. Does that need to go now? Right, it's kind of like a hexagon. Sorry, I'm not happy. I'm not going to do this lattice thing. Sorry, it's not working. But so look at this. No. Oh my God, tell me that I don't know how to do a hexagon. Is it a hexagon? It's not a hexagon. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But it's not that, is it? It's this. Flatten. Yeah. Flatten that image. Yeah. Do this. Yeah. Do that. Yeah. Made a shape. Yeah. Be good. Yeah. Nudge it up. 3. Nudge it down. 3. Nudge it up. No. I did spy eye. Not bad. DNA. What designer am I? Terrible. Group. Fill. Gradient. Take this. Make it that color. Turn this into the same color. Make this a little darker. Make this a little lighter. Reverse it. Reverse it. Now, don't like it. Don't like it. It's not happening. Take this. kind of lighting for this and this. So we'll group this to this. This housing can have a nice, oh, that really? Yeah, there's better things I can do, but I run out of ideas at the moment. Isn't that just, you know what I mean? You just need to suck sometimes when that happens. That's the beauty of ideas. Until you actually a bit weird then. If I take this one and then if I use this and that. Well, first, before I even do that, take this, copy this, put this and this together. It will do that. If I Command V, it will take it back, but I just fix that. I just reduce it down just to some pins. Nope. Yes, I've gone quiet. Gonna turn this into something. I'm not sure what that is yet. No, no. Duplicate. Duplicate. Oh. Isn't that weird? Isn't it? That's what I love. Like, becoming something now. It's like it's becoming a thing. It's got some edge lighting on this. So let's go back over to here and let's fix. This is why I put the excuse me. This is why I put the lighting on top. It also has and will have probably just a faint smidge of it up a bit further this side, but not so much. I mean, like something like that maybe. It should be one. It will also have a ricochet light from the light from above. Same as that, but that edge light, is it? Have the edge light on there. Let's, for fun, looking into having a logo. So do my logo. Don't need that. I'm mad because I agree. Just take that. It's just a shit idea. Really shit. It's a terrible idea. But I will use this instead. It's not in keeping. I will use this. I'll use my actual logo thing. There you go. I want that. Yeah, I'm good. You good? I'll take this. Actually, is it this? Yeah, I'll take that. I'll paste that on top of this logo. Where is it? Is this it? Oh, there it is. Set this and this and do this. Wrong way around. I always get the wrong way around. This on top of this. Without the shadows. I want to put this. Looks probably terrible, but doesn't make any sense. Apart from me knowing it does. That's the main thing. If I take this and then I go to the chip, take that, take and do this, and I go down to chip. There we have front. Oh, was that a happy accident? Only because I knew that it was going to go there. Man. What colour is that? This. Needs to go a little bit darker. It needs to have an effect, which is a drop shadow. It needs to be 0. It needs to be 1. It needs to be yellow. Or in that range, it needs to have an inner shadow. It can't be that far away or that far opacity. Maybe that blur, drop shadow can come down. The inner shadow come down. Just make sure that the logo is upside down. That's lighting. Shit. Maybe why if like that was IO shielding logo was, where is it? It was a mask. Where's the mask? This is the mask. This. Would it be bad if it was orange? Probably. Subtle is key. So we've got that. We've got CPU. Let's just fix this lighting, which is here. We could use the same lighting that we had from the IO shield. Put logo mask. That's gotta go. That's gotta go. That lighting. Logo. Lock that. We're going to lock that. We've got some big circles here, which are generally randomly placed. I'm just trying to think what else I could do to help lift the background. Is that me? Did I just spot? Oh, no, no, they're not even in line. So let's go for chips. Chips, move that over. Get over there. Let's just randomly move some chips about just for a bit. Why not? We don't need to be protective of this. Give it a bit of space. What I want to do is take these, I want to push these up a bit, and they're not grouped. So what I have to do that. I need to space those better. Tidy that up. Get rid of that. This one, this one, this one, go to this one, this one, go to this one. This one, go to this one. So go to this one. This one. And this one. Go onto there. Not too close. Why is that? Why can't I get that? Why? I can get all this, but oh, I know why. Look at all those lovely layers. Not named. They're not named at all. They also need to have their. So let's take the IO shield and this, not this, but this. Let's knock it to 2. Let's put this one. Yeah. God damn it. Copy the actual stroke. We need to do that. Just duplicate that. Take this. Is that the way it's going? In your gradient in this radial. It's not that off. Duplicate that. Needs to be a red ish color, which is this one. Not too red. Okay. On top. going out on the light, I think. Take this, this. Take, let's lock that, because it's doing goddamn nothing. Let's take this line. See it in 0.8. Reduce the opacity on that. Duplicate this again. While we're doing that, duplicate this. 100. And duplicate this again. Let's do that. Radio. Move the end. Bit. Where is this huge monstrosity of a thing? This. Maybe it's overkill. Maybe it is needed. Maybe it's better. And I know why. This is because I've just not been clever with it. Leave it off. Leave it off. Right, let's do something with, I've been playing around with it too much. Let's do something with this. Copy the style just in case something happens. And let's cut in some of the shapes. Also take that out, paste it on top, find out where your subtraction is, and then when you put those two together, when you put those two together, you'll see it do that. So just to paste it back on. And 6. There's no rule here, there's just weird stuff. What do I want to do? I want to turn, what is that? I don't know, I can go. I'll turn my attention to some kind of thing in the background. So I would like to have it might be, what is that? Should we go for 14? Let's go 14. Right. 10. Oh. 10. What's the layout? Tidy up. Tidy up afterwards. But basically, it's going to be 10. Tidy up. Do order layout. I want to take these. I want to reduce those. Got that wrong. Move onto layout. Take them, remove, auto layout. Auto layout. Auto layout. Auto layout. You can't set multiple auto layouts, which is really nice. Auto layout. Oh, Shift. Command Shift O. Is it optional? No? Oh, there you go. No. I can remember the shortcuts. Take that. Ungroup. No. Then group. Actually, ungroup for the moment. I want to only focus on the dots. So what's this? This is 14, 13, 12. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. I don't need to go any further than that. Group selection. This refined. Ooh. Chips. Just outline. Good. Chips. This is this background madness. Let's just take this into that. Even though you can't see it, it's there. It's just little hints, little bits of goodness. So you could do the same for if you wanted to. You could do the same, but have to remove these so you can stick them together. No, don't like it. It's fine. Once it's that nuance in there, I'm not 100% sure what I want to happen. Over here, I have an idea. I'll just come up with. Let's do that one. This all goes underneath the chip, not chip, the CPU. Not CPU actually. This all goes in the motherboard. Got dots. Lock that. Lock the chips. What do we? It's getting close to the end. But I want something a little brighter. And what I'm thinking of, taking one of these. One of these. Taking this. Whoa. this one. Without the edge. Yeah, 100. It's 1,000. 1,000 would do. What am I doing? Maybe I just need to get to sleep. Oh, there's a happy accident. It's got it though. It's easy. It's easy. This could be something though, but this driving me nuts. Um, I want this line. Right there. Don't want that. Don't. There is here somewhere. I don't know where they've come from. MB house and screws. Didn't have anything on that housing. Take subscribe. Take this and this. Take this with this. Make that. Where is that? Put that. Put that. Into that. Paste this. Introduce this. Bit weird. Take this union, inner shadow, light 0, 1. Copy that, paste that on there. Take this, add a image, and I'm going to go design looms. I'm going to go to, actually, what was it? Design patterns 7, tile 2%. Take that, that on there. Take this, that on there. Take this, that on there. Take this, that on there. Be a little bit more yellow. It's not matching it, so shut down. So we've done, that's about 2 hours something. There's something else I want to do, which is on the main board. Yeah. Just trying something out. this one. I can clip that afterwards. It's fine. Vertical. Yeah, it doesn't work on that side, does it? It's fine. But that side there. It's got legs. Or does it need to be lighter? Darker. Or yellow. Or that colour. Yeah. I went on quiet. So, so we've got We're getting something. We got something. We got something. We got something. We're getting there. So I'm kind of happy, apart from some lighting that needs to be fixed. At the top, it is just this section now. And it could be, you know what I mean? It could be just as simple as doing the same kind of stuff. Like, just pulling in and pushing and stuff. That is, that's kind of like turning to my style. You know what I mean? Laser style. Whoa. If you're going to do that, you're going to do this. And then do this. Take that, put that there. Make sure you copy the style. And make sure you paste the style back. Taking a while for it to load now. I don't know. What do you think? Are we getting somewhere? Could do some UI elements stuff on it. See this and this. Needs to be the same. Same goes for this. I'm just randomly basing there. It's probably too much. You got the gist of it. So I might leave it for that now and come back. Thanks for sticking around for the first part. I'll get the second part uploaded on the weekend for you so you can continue on and get this tutorial closed. Is it a tutorial? Is it just follow along? Or are you just watching me aimlessly making weird pictures? Either way, I'll give you a shout out on social media. Apparently all the cool kids say all the links in the description down below, but yeah, hopefully they are. If not, you can find me on X, Twitter/X, one of them. Well, there is only one, but yeah, hopefully, yeah, by the weekend. So have a good one and get some rest after this, watching this, because your brain's probably fried. Peace out.